I have to sneeze, and it's just not coming to me. It's really bothering me. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Beyond the speed. My hair looks so fucked up today. What the hell? You know, my hair looks fucked up every day, though. TBH. It is what it is. What's up, Garrock, by the way? Asbest? Asbestos? Asbestos? They're just coming out with Yakuza games. All the time now, aren't they? They announced another one, didn't they? Yakuza? Pirate Hawaii. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Yeah. What the fuck? That's crazy. Good for them, though. Good morning. We can't take your trash out because there's snow everywhere. True. There's snow everywhere. Get my, look at the backyard. Well, this is my backyard today. God damn it. There's snow. It's snow. It's snowing. Okay. I wish I could. Can I? Works. Try that. Okay. It's snowing, it's snowing, it's snowing, everything is closed. And it's cold as fuck. But I'm gonna play some more Disco Elysium. Okay? Just like the title says, I don't really get disco, TBH. Never really understood it. I never got the trend. It's like the worst 70s, 80s trend to me. It's even worse than waterbeds. I just don't get it. Maybe this game will change my mind, though. Maybe I'll see disco in a new light once I finish this game. It's weird how there's, like, no audio up until the main menu. Freaks me out. Ever heard of Disco Polo? No. No, I have not. Clicked on the wrong thing. There, buddy. Bro. I've heard of Marco Polo. Probably not the same thing, I would imagine. Speaking of Marco Polo, I had a dream about my social studies class, Polish disco. Disco Polo makes sense. This is never into disco. I don't know. I don't like the outfits. I don't like the music. It just wasn't really, it's never hit for me. Like 60s sort of aesthetic I can get. 90s. Same. Metal's good. Have you heard the new Knocked Loose album? That's what I've been listening to recently.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The
Did
hawthorn
this
branches
disturbed.
scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
So last time I finally was able to dissect the body.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where
Her
you
face still looks so weird.
This is Martinez. In case you
It looks like there's textures missing on her
I advise
face.
you not to overstay your welcome.
The portrait looks fine. Her face does not like it. It reminds me. Her face reminds me of. I swear I've seen the exact same looking texture before. I don't know what there's. I like literally to a T this face. I feel like I've seen it before. But it was a bug. The textures weren't loaded in properly.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
Maybe I should talk to, actually, maybe I should talk to Kuno before I do this. I mean, I guess I can just come back and talk to them.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe that's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do?
Just wait till I find my damn gun wherever I put it.
The union isn't going to do.
I'll find that shit eventually.
It is
It'll
not a
turn up
crime
somewhere.
syndicate.
God.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob. Enforcing the
moral
unlawful
intern.
privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all. And you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
Like how he's not
So ask
just
what you came to
sitting
ask,
there.
or get back to your commanders.
The privatization is not. It's cool and funny.
I don't need privatization peons from a rent-a-cop.
That's right.
Just do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Rude.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
It's not necessarily a problem with the game, but I've noticed. I mean, it's basically every game. This has like the setting of Francois. Like everyone has like the everyone has the French accent. But these guys are suddenly like American. Southern. Just randomly.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
A what?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important.
Okay.
Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing, big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th
I really-
body?
I like this because it is like, you know, like the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies, where he does the, you know, he does the thing where he like anticipates what's happening for 5 seconds and just stands there, which I always thought was great.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit.
I used to read a lot of the Hardy Boys books back in the day.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we were. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates.
Drink so much I
The
can't really
origin of the
remember.
name is unknown.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
This isn't something he came up with on the spot. It's his standard reasoning, a product of many years of being Titus Hardy.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
Big Dick, the one who's missing.
asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms the others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either. But he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
Did I go to school?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it coming.
We... Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him in the back of the head. He went
This...
down like a sack of sand.
I don't believe it.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samurai boxing style.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves, originating from the Samurai Isola. Sambo style.
It's like the Batman combat style from the movies that looks really shit on screen.
He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
83%.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch, definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Fat Angus, I knew he was the weak link. Hey, you have some trouble breathing over there.
No.
Oh,
Of
no.
course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Damn, bro.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
I don't know about that.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer, while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Yeah. No. I want to see what happens, though. I don't want to redo this entire thing if I die, though. I don't know how this game works. I don't know if it's going to be a step even. I don't have the physical stats or the authority to be pushing my luck. I'm just gonna get smacked and it's gonna end up worse for me, I think.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the fuck out of our booth.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
He was already dead. Establish authority. Weak when you first met.
Officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Weak when you first met? Damn it. I'm not weak, well, I am weak, though, is the problem. I have 1 health. I have one health. Not really anything I can do about that.
I've got nothing to say. I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
Okay. Alright. I haven't talked to Kuno. I really don't want to, if I'm being quite honest with everyone. I would just rather not. But I think I have to. And then I guess I'm gonna go to the...
Yes? What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings.
Well, I gotta get his boots tonight.
The caller did not identify him.
I gotta remember that.
The word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's right.
Level up. Nice. Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation
Supernatural.
involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together.
Is it?
I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Could it be sexy? That is a good question.
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was a...
Are you sure there's not some sex angle we should be considering?
Good point. Martinez is famed for its occult sex murder rites. We'll get on it immediately.
The wary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
It can just be sex. You know what? That's what Baldur's Gate is missing. That's what the plot of like the Ball Spawn and the Cult of Ball is missing. We need more sex. We need more murder sex. It can just be sex murder. It doesn't have to be murder. It can just be sex. Do sex murder.
That's commendable. Was there anything else?
Okay.
It can still be an otherworldly sex mystery in your head, with a dark twist even.
Oh, nice.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know?
Maybe this has to do with the entity. Maybe the entity had sex, and then the malignant energy of the supernatural sexual intercourse hit the ley lines of the ground in a specific way, which caused the magnetic rotation of the earth to slightly shift in such a way as to bring the energies lying dormant, all the electro-psychic energy that lie dormant in the land from the blood of the revolution came forth and spawned itself as a sort of sex murder. I think I'm onto something here. What? Retrograde in.
Still than an imbecile cop-off.
Huh?
It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is...
Only 102?
Competition.
As opposed to 216 or whatever I'm at?
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary, somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are two columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
Well, technically, the official record keeper has been known to double-count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
The rows are endless. Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our
Maybe it's like Yakuza,
get here. North of the
where there's a special alleyway. Like Yakuza 0? The land is important?
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
I see. This isn't... I was sent to teach you a lesson. I am the finest. An apocalyptic omen sent by my people.
Really? It can't be that.
But I will prove it so. I arrive at the scene 3 days early, drink myself to oblivion, fully re-immerse myself in this reality, and then work the case from an angle so crescent fresh it produces never-before-seen results. Not only for criminology, but for the human mind.
I hope you do. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Convince Kim there's a sexy, dark mystery twist in the case. Yes.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Nah.
Think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
That can't be it.
I've considered it.
That's not true, right?
I don't think I can say one way or another. I do think it's somewhat unlikely, though. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no,
It's something
I don't
supernatural.
present you as a joke. And even if they did, They are in for a surprise.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
No. Oh my god. The next playthrough I do, this has to be like a maxed out Shivers fucking nut job. I gotta convince him that there's a fucking sex cult angle. Just gonna like throw concrete evidence completely out the window. Do I have 3 skill points? Nice. Okay. Empathy is nice. Should I... Hold on. Shit. Let me do that. Whatever. I was gonna look at the... Is there anything else that I could possibly learn that would be of use to me, I wondered? Kinda sucks you have to use a skill to forget. Makes me think I shouldn't have been so quick to add them in the first place. Especially, well, I guess, I mean, I can always look it up if I really want to min-max. I can always just look it up, but I don't want to do that. Snapping doesn't help. Magnesium Bay fly form, no shakes. I want to see what the bow collector and white morning are interesting because they're both related to his craziness. I want to get one of those, I think. White morning, let's do that. Let's see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens. I gotta talk to this kid. I really don't want to. I gotta say. I don't want to. Hello? Talk to him.
Yes?
No, wrong one.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
I think we've all moved past that.
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night with a knife. Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony, put the fucking knife in you. Yeah, I've been in your room.
It's not impossible for a boy his size to climb in.
But you and Kuno are good for now, pals. Shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for doubt in his sincerity. He means every word. Needs to be taken seriously.
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates. Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing her.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen for your sad speed habit. You don't know Kuno.
Belying the act, he's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it to you.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a clown.
Her knuckles have turned white, holding on to that fence. She's been here for days, seething.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pigs, I'm going away for a long.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Stay away from me, pig. You don't want to see what happens when you corner me. I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing her. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, Pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her.
I'll die before I squid. Murder was the case they gave me.
Child, converse with me. Okay, so were they talking about him or were they talking about? Hold on. Who is this dude again? What's his name?
Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
So it must be it's the other dude, I think. Here. I gotta feed my kids. I think it's this dude. No, I have not played this before.
How can I help you? The little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, but okay. Let's find all of it.
It's implied. He finds it unlikely that you will succeed in
He
this.
doesn't know me.
This is epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Okay.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Look better with those hubcaps though, huh?
This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds. And the high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing in there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
And means no.
Ah!
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Third officer, what's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
You heard back from them.
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. Anything else? It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
I'm in a bad way, Doc.
Oh, it's you. Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another. Self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangtang for a while now, especially among university students. It is particularly popular in Koh Hoi, where such acts get the most press. Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be oppressive. It's also got something to do with the encroaching Occidental influences on the local way of life. You have to not like a lot of things to set yourself on fire.
I wish I was young and on fire.
You can still be. There's time. Anyway, answer the man.
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems? And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile? Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. That's what the guys say, officer. That some chick pumped you and then dumped you, threw you away like an empty juice carton. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
Huh?
It looks like Mectosin.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a sec. Sylvie? Yes. Oh, great. What else do you need, Detective? Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? Please, no. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was great. Anything else? You mean, why did...
Why not?
Let's just say I left because maybe, I don't know.
You hear
Anything else I can add? 50...
in the cabin, you see a metallic pull-out toolbox. So as you tap,
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing.
the white suede, your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. Release the handle. Clutch drops. Right foot yearns for the familiar touch of the accelerator pedal. You have synced with the machine's mechanical circulation. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your only answer. Do what you will with it. Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But it almost feels as if the clutch handle is gently squeezing back. The smell of freshly treated leather. The lack of dirt and dust on the dashboard. And a neat little brush in the cup holder. All seem to be whispering, I'm good, cherished and cared for, in the hands of a tending owner. At the bottom of the sea. So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at all. It's right in front of you, well kept. The handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is mated to the flywheel again. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
I need more magnesium. I'm dying. Mentally, I am mentally disintegrating. Very unfortunately.
Is this about the questions again?
Shut the fuck up. Where's the magnesium at?
You see several packaged raincoats. The packages are small, discreet,
Steel.
sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No.
What is what? It's a raincoat.
Where?
If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
I wasn't
A small
gonna
cabinet
steal.
on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here.
I need at least one magnesium so that way I don't die. So I'm assuming my car is probably the one that's at the bottom of the ocean that also took out the fucking sign that has disconnected this area from the coast. If I had to make an educated guess as to the as to the sequence of events that may have took place. First of all, look at this here. Because I need money, or else I'm gonna get kicked out of my shit again. I need money. I probably have some stuff to sell. I just don't know what I'm gonna need and what I don't. I don't want to sell anything if I don't have to. He said it was 20 a night, I believe. Okay, so there is one thing I want to do really fast before I go to the dock worker area. And I want to go back here. I guess I could try and get my my jacket as well.
Just an ordinary wall. No.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out?
Who is that? Excuse me. Excuse me.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Who's this?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
Trouble's found you.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Muscular?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for
Woody.
questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Can't believe that worked.
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline
28%
eyes,
chance.
a passion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
It's the key to the area.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Okay. Unexpected? Oh, it's locked. What the hell?
The streets will
What
flow
the
red
hell?
once more.
It's the penguin.
A great torrent rushing down Rue d'Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
I am the law.
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism. The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should
Oh, we found her.
She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing.
I didn't think she'd be back here.
Get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're
Okay,
at
penguin.
it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low up. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah?
This is hooliganism.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually,
We know where the gloves are, we know where the helmet is.
I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
True. Whoa, what was that? Ooh, magnesium. Thank you. Need that.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Baton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual
Okay.
episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Now, you don't need to say that, dude.
There's a trace of irony in his voice.
Yeah,
Mischief
I figured.
even. This is a tactic. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Not a lot of people on boats. I think I could add.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to correct you. This isn't an archipelago, actually.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Indeed.
Before you do, it will be pertinent.
Employed critical theory 9 times.
On this boat of hers.
Okay. Going for the kill. Does she have a
The
name?
boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
I see. We gotta make her admit that she's just rich.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to
A
be rated
pleasure
for
craft, so
Category
it's
1
not for
racing.
business.
Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Mm-hmm.
My sloop, I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we
Has
invested.
everything to do. I need to throw her off.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Precise mundo. Classic wartime, baby. Shit. Of our subjugation to foreign capital, the bad kind of capital. I need to be, like, insane to throw her off more, right?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Your synapses flesh.
This house was built before the revolution.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space, but you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois
You admit it.
There is no shame in her voice. A touch of sadness, yes, but no shame.
Good.
Oh yeah, she's rich, huh? I need to get the lowdown about reality. I forgot about that.
We do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
That's it?
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormentang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation,
A lot of
and
words.
madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence.
Oh my god.
It's quite the octopus.
The octopus that straddles Revachon, the Emergencies Act, is the cornerstone of post-war Revachon, inseparable from the world it created.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
I've heard about this, man.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I get more points for leftist responses is the thing that I have. Although I don't know if this gives any points in the first place. I have no idea about that.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
An opening gambit, surely.
Pretty funny.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I've yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
a giant leech, basically. But, I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet. See, here's the thing. Even if they're corrupt, you can't honestly expect anyone with common sense to believe that the workers would be better off without them. That this fucking giant corporation would have more interest in their well-being than even these fucked up nutjob brothers would. So, you know, probably none of these. I just prefer to not have an opinion. Maybe I could just, maybe I should agree with her. A giant leech. If I agree with her, does that give me points?
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Polly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 56.
Names are a bit of a difficult...
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Do you want no help, little help, or a lot of help? I'd rather just play the game myself. I don't really want... Like, if I have a question, I'll ask.
'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists. Everyone knows you can't trust artists. They're nearly as bad as clowns.
Clowns. Some damn clown.
You mean someone stole your badge? Some Arlequinos, you say? I'm afraid what I need to tell you is anything but fun. I really need to discuss it, however, with the RCM, and I need your badge for that.
Unbelievable, sire. Even the Arlequinos didn't work.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Oh
dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an
I mean, you have his badge. Do you want me to walk over there?
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't.
Just tell it to him, then.
Until I've seen that badge.
I'll walk the other fucking
She's
way.
a professional negotiator.
Oh my
She
god.
should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
This reality.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
No time to explain.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Aren't all?
Yes, all of them, except the ones who are philosophers.
Actually, I've heard the analogy made by a blindingly modern school of philosophy called Carperi. It may not be as far-fetched as it sounds.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead.
All right. We're
Holy shit.
I know these all look good. but begin with the first, okay?
Okay.
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
I spend the entire day talking to this chick.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
Mm-hmm.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble.
Caillou.
A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city, the great kind, history detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Tell me to move the fuck on, bro.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Indeed. They piled them in mass graves in Ozon. And, well, that's the last anyone heard of those people. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Yes, an acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive
Love that
life
king.
as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Jesus Christ, this is a lot of information.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
I didn't mean to do that.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently? And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Who knows, dude?
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city. No, almost certainly. The Commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking.
It's mío.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. Perhaps you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
Don't care.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
Will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot, or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong. But from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags? Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat, all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now, wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
For some reason, your mind is a veritable repository of Guillaume Le Million lyrics, trivia, and B-sides. But the time to explore this is when you're alone, facing a mirror perhaps. Right now, it would derail the reality lowdown.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Of course, detective.
Good God. That was like 3 novels worth of world building information in that in that one dialogue. What is this? The hell is this? I don't want to go in here yet. I am enjoying it, yes. I'm gonna go turn this in for some money really fast.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Not quite enough for another nightly stay. So I'm curious. Her window that looks out here. Where would it even be? I guess you can't see it. I'm gonna see if I can do this check now, because I couldn't do it before. Wait, money? Hey.
Tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
58%. So I guess I could probably come around the other way if I don't want to do that. 58%. Well, actually, let me see. I have 2 skill points. God, that conversation leveled me up twice. And sell his handkerchief. Handkerchief. It's probably just gonna be something I have to go around, so... How close am I to getting this? I'm gonna wait till that... I'm gonna wait to spend skill points until that finishes. It's raining. I'm going this way. I'm gonna do all of this before I even go in that area. I might actually find my badge here. Or my gun. Either one would be a good find. I know where my jacket is.
Give me a moment.
No!
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that...
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I'm no one. Just an old woman. It's barely...
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
He's wanted for murder.
Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Steal the mail. There's always stuff in the mail. I got enough money to spend the night.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
What?
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Reason I'm curious about what's in there.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Damn it.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
You're gonna ask why we're doing this? I'd love to have the ability to just walk into people's fucking rooms, dude.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after
I was about to say that. The mustache. A sexual deviant.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov?
I have to consider and investigate all possibilities.
Except that Krasmazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
Nah.
Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant?
Nah.
Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway?
He was a total gangster, dude. It's just a feeling I have, honestly. I'm the reincarnation of just a feeling.
Alright, Kras, if you say so.
I am Kras. It's just a feeling.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around.
A 9mm bullet. Oh, that's looking pretty slick. Completely does not go with my outfit whatsoever, but pretty slick looking.
Isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism. In other words, the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, The star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure, to symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it, because white is the color of peace.
No!
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder. It's you or no one.
I am Krez. Makes sense. I am indeed, seemingly. I guess that is my new calling. The auditor. Can't even see my face. Someone's watching me. Interesting. Money, 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 money. Right now, you say? Does that mean it could change? Rosemary and thyme?
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to...
I don't read the 24-hour clock. I don't know what is evening.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our...
Tomorrow?
How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow...
Why tomorrow?
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember.
I don't think I can make it.
You've got this.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Okay, 21.
Turns out
Why did they say 9 p.m., but it says 21? Just have it be 9 p.m.
You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably...
My American ass doesn't understand these numbers. I don't get it. It was absolutely hell trying to find a, I downloaded Wallpaper Engine when I first built my PC, and trying to find, like, a wallpaper that could go on my desktop, that could be my desktop background, that had, like, a clock on it, but it wasn't, like, the 24-hour clock, was miserable. It was such a pain in the ass. All the cool-looking clocks were made by people who use the 24-hour. I.e. not Americans. It's so hard being an American sometimes. It's just such a difficult life we lead. Money. This goes outside, which I did get the key for, didn't I? Which I guess I didn't actually need. I am the law. I'm excited to replay the game already. Honestly, if I wasn't playing this, I have a really bad habit. Whenever I go into RPGs, I did the same thing with Baldur's Gate 1, I think. And Planescape Torment. And Arcanum, for that matter. When I played those games for the first time a few months ago, I got probably a day or two into it and then restarted my whole playthrough.
You hear someone walking around in... A poor community.
I already wanted to restart with different stats, but this is the type of game I should probably finish the first playthrough. I don't think it would benefit me too much to restart. I did the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3 too. I think I restarted 4 or 5 times before I actually beat the game. This game's overwhelming enough with the amount of information that it gives you early on, though, that I'm not as determined to restart it.
Ooh, the
And it's not
people learn
combat
how to
heavy,
saunter up
so...
staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves, but here you are.
We've evolved.
Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
That smell coming from her paint bucket.
I mean, I failed one of the early checks in the game, and then crashed into the chick in the wheelchair, which was pretty hilarious.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil.
And that one I had a pretty good chance to succeed as well.
Or at least that's the idea.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
God, she looks exactly like the Penguin.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
This is some clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Nice. What's this door? Oh, is this the old lady's room? The rats. She absolutely no, I don't want to talk to him. Hold on. Get out of my way. Pants. Oh my god, I finally have jeans. Reaction speed's important though. Ugh. I don't think I like those jeans. They look kind of ugly, I'm not gonna lie. If they looked cool enough, I'd wager it, but the brown doesn't necessarily look great with the white and the gardening gloves, but the jeans don't really help. Can I open this now? Blue Navy coat. When did I even get the key for that? I don't even remember. What do I have right now? The white jacket, conceptualization. Suggestion, -1/2. Whoa, what the hell? Now that plus the jeans is still gross. It's an interesting look for sure. It's a very interesting look. I think I'm just gonna keep I'm gonna keep what I have on right now. What? Wrong white. There's one more area that I haven't been to that I can access at the moment, which is the workers area. I need to talk to Big Man. I need to talk to the big giant who everyone says is racist or something. Was I able to do this? Am I the one who crashed through these gates?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Visual calculus. Okay. Also, who the fuck is that? He's that. Where did she even come from? I just saw her for the first time. How do you even get over there? Is that the chick that shut me down the first day? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I can't. Is there anything else to talk to him about?
Looking for something?
Nope.
Right to work.
Hello.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Huh?
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me. You have succumbed to Al Ghul. You
True.
reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You
I drink a
cannot see
little
it,
on the weekends.
but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Ew.
Yes, Al Ghul.
It's a crazy portrait.
Alcohol.
Correct. My small skull servant. Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
I see.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Rolam and Rul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser. Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Sandwich race is waning.
Okay.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor. Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
What?
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Jackel's race
Oh,
theory.
God.
He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced
Knock
race
him
theory
out.
is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Advanced racist.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Jam, individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs? Offshoots of the Seminese people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale. No, I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol.
Okay.
The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be a really good one.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
Fucking mug.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it.
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful. Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
Interesting.
Is that the 8th party chick?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
Advanced race theory.
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then to you. He lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant.
Same.
A common result of inbreeding.
I don't know about that, though.
The genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. You know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Mahun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Huhu, are much more lactose intolerant. In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retro.
Jesus Christ.
The Seminese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Seminese inhabit the southern islands. I am Seminese, from the stock of Ulmuir on Ile de Fantôme. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Seminese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Maran to Ansuland, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Maun written Occidentals discovered this place.
Wait, didn't Ile Maran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
No, those were scimitar-wielding race losers of Zahravar, Izet, and Bashir, with their Himi servants. Big difference. The Areopagites were fasting and conquering while this happened. You never penetrated the western dunes.
Jean, baby, you're on fire.
I know, bae. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected.
That was only one section.
Together they form
Good
the
God.
Areopagite, or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world. Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Khoikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Chest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, muddy, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb, and for eating potato. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing to microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Wouldn't TB1 for ethnostates?
Democratic ethnostates are microscopic. They breed genetic mediocrity. The Semino-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted, from Holy Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature, not the base inner spoilage called demos. Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial called Ron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius. The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia, a hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant.
Imagine being a voice actor and getting this script.
Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Semenese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Semenese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education. Then there is the Semino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Semenese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Semenese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen. The Semenese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Semenese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Koiko woman, or Koika. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type F. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, TBH I. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Hold on. I want to see what happens if I fail this, because I probably will fail. Yeah. I just wanted to see.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand.
Just wanted to see.
It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and...
The words to the song have changed. Say, I am a violent drunk.
Oh, this gets more. Oh man, this is
Good.
bad.
Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
Damn, bro.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook.
Can't promise that.
We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make the situation any more volatile than it already is. We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that?
The lieutenant groaned.
Alright. Let me internalize his racism. God, I can't get out of here. I guess I gotta be a racist. I do have a point. I do. Advanced race. I want to forget one of these things too. To learn something else. Something that doesn't really help me. Probably this. Yeah, I would say. Let me learn something else. What? Let's do this one. Who knows? Sure. Advanced race theory and derealization. I'm gonna be the smartest guy ever. Definitely nothing wrong with my brain. Okay. See if we can take any, let me see if I can say anything else to these guys, I guess.
Nothing to...
Sheesh.
Behind the dock, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I'm not a clown. I'm a police officer.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph. About fucking.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
You know, there might be other places to sleep on this coast. You'll find one eventually.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Oh, hello, dear.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little
Speak Revacholian? We speak.
The cook.
Good thing he did.
He looks shrugging, is it?
I already did that earlier. I am curious. It looked like there's a roof here or something. Can I go and talk to him?
The door is closed. This door, still the lieutenant. He doesn't like where this is going.
What?
Still, the lieutenant gives. He doesn't like where.
He doesn't like where this is going. What do you mean? How the hell do I get up there?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
This is where the magic happens.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity?
This is an expression of me.
I have no idea what that means.
Wow, you work hard.
I
Oh,
do?
Yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess
oh,
I do.
Yeah. Like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Hell yeah.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Can't say that. You shook him. You're a killer, a shark. You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider. Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off. Law officer style. Sure, sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Fucking taxes, man.
The Guardsman has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head. Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor? That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol? You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham estate's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
Free market
Here
fundamentalists.
you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue.
Hell yeah. Okay.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
3%. Okay.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekatina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. You flip through the book.
Jesus, 600 pages.
And the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Yugograd riots took place from 27 to 29. Fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics, these events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugograd Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure? They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian.
%20 zoom out distance. That's interesting. I didn't get to finish reading the book, though.
You stare at the now familiar black and white. In cold, detect the Yugo as ethnic. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure you've made the right life choices today?
I didn't get to finish reading the book. Let me quick save really fast.
You stare. In cold, the Yugo as ethnic. It would physically hurt you to. They go through. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka.
Damn, I had to heal myself on that.
Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit. As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
All right.
It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, A graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
Is it the chick?
Crew
Is it
agrees to
Penguin?
do after themselves.
Cobblepot?
However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics...
That's actually a pretty good bonus.
And to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Is
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various...
okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here.
The unpromising race pupil returns. And
Me to the fucking arbor.
The minion of law is also a racist, but his racism is basic and rote. He thinks he has solved the great race enigma by describing a rote mechanism of scientific competition.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus over 4,500 years ago. Basic racist, I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad. Like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation.
Finally.
The unpromising. There is nothing funky about. I cannot put.
This door? Oh, I see.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
Whoops. Oh, there's my thing, Majigger. My jacket.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing.
Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
So that actually improved my odds.
You're trying hard, but the data here is up the drawer slide.
Okay. Ooh, visual calculus. Magnesium.
The already familiar cold.
What did my glasses do? Logic? I actually would probably prefer visual calculus. You.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next
Oh
move.
god.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then...
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Okay.
The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips.
Looks so awful. That fucking shirt. The shirt and the random tie. Ugh. Or I can zoom out now.
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. You need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of you. Have a seat.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René? Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The inside of the booth is immaculate. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk. Don't think about that. Quick, think about something else.
What is wrong with me?
The enormity of the case before you dwarfs the list of side effects. You stand and exit the booth.
Like how it still remembers that I said.
rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
What? Marsh?
Rusting control. Marsh. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Okay.
And, with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to Jamais vu. Derealization.
Jamais vu.
Jamais vu. The
Every
opposite
orb
of
clicked.
déjà vu.
Woo!
Not already seen.
That's
but
actually really good.
never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
What world are we in? There's something in here. We need to get in here.
Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It was hanging. It just feels
It's a
special.
cargo container, detective, just like all the others. We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to interview the Union.
Shut the fuck up, kid.
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers...
Persuade the door to open. Persuade the door to open? I can't do it, though. It's a white check.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
God damn it. I'll come back for this one day. God damn it. I went the wrong one. Get down. Get down. Go down. One day I'll persuade that shit to open, mark my words. Mark 'em! So how the hell do I even get down? Was this not even the right way? Where the hell am I? The fuck am I? The fuck am I, man? Can I go this way? I see. This doesn't seem like proper safety procedure. Money! Money! Ooh. Those gloves look cooler though. Is there any sort of what's it called in Warcraft? Where you can have something look cosmetic but have the stats of another item? Is this the boss?
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
Huh?
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
I see.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Huh?
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
Never.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts.
I don't know if that's how that works. Pretty sure 10 is plenty old to lose the accent.
Never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
If a grown-ass man can move to another country and lose his accent, then there's no way a 10-year-old can't.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
A card?
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everard. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here. Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everard's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everard is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down besides the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we did, when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everard is usually in his office, of course. But you gotta be quick if you want to see him. He leaves around 10 p.m. Yes, I'm like actually.
Who is this?
A real pretty lady, but I can't Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Miss Everard put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river.
He respects that.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day.
For a fraction of a second.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Dumb?
Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer? AKA the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Bye-bye now.
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living
Art
here.
cop?
Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop. Exactly. It's not
Actual art degree.
only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists. And
Hell
writers
yeah,
of the
dude.
world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Hell yeah, dude. Now that's what I'm talking about. Unwarranted, unbiased, completely biased criticisms. Holy shit, that's a big man. What a fish.
Before you is
Holy
the
hell.
walls of a man seated behind a large desk.
Oh,
He looks
walls.
up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you, with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by.
That's my name, Dubois.
Have a seat.
HDB. So what would the first name be? Hershey? Herschel? Hitsugaya? Probably not.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand,
Herbert?
but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting
Hemingway?
up. You understand?
My health prevents me from getting up.
He looks
Same.
extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand,
Same, brother.
looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man
Oh
who
my
won't face me
God.
at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
What?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Holy hell.
Violating.
That actually lost me health.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Actually, it'll only help me for one day, I think.
Yes, but you owe him for it.
You can take your comically large check and shove it up your ass.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union
What about my
people are on it
badge?
as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry?
Harry?
You've got this, but you seem a little anxious to me.
Harry Dubois?
Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place.
Jesus.
I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Oh god. Oh no. There happens to be 2 bullets in it. Oh my god. I mean, I could put another point into composure, but I don't think it would. I mean, 28% is so low. It's not gonna help me, really.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry.
Oh god.
You're about to cry because you lost your gun, and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Oh my god, I only have 2.
Mr. Dubois, he keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
It's basically like that.
Personally, I'm not big on the whole race thing, but that's okay. It's all right to be a massive racist, Harry. Let me assure you, I'm very glad you're comfortable sharing this with me. I run a big and quirky organization. Everyone is welcome. Birds of all feathers. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance
It's
to request.
okay to be a massive racist.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now, I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
I mean, accepting the task doesn't mean that I have to do it, I guess. I'm not, okay. The fact that it specifically says for now makes me want to click this option.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse,
He
we'll
has
be
the
able to speak
gun.
like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Yes, we both understand what you...
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Knew it. Okay.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
This dude's a scumbag.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting.
Uh-huh.
Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
Her heart, huh?
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important. Building our relationship for the good of Martinez.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
I wanted to say before I talk to him about my identity because I feel like I'm.
A pleasure as always. Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. No, I'm really not. You are Harry. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's see you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
I'm not gonna accept. I don't want to accept his quest yet. Oh, what the fuck? That's a weird way to get out. Something forgotten on the coffee table? What? What? I'll accept his quest tomorrow, I guess, if I don't find another way to do it. I really want to get in here.
You're back before the cargo container.
Damn it.
Its drawer has not...
I need to increase my rhetoric. my rhetoric. I guess I could actually do that right now. I have 1 skill point. Oh, but it's already so high. It feels like kind of a waste. It'll still be here in the morning. God. Bro, why is it so hard to get down these stairs? There's one, if I had to have one complaint about this game, it's definitely the movement. The movement is a little bit wonky with WASD. The movement can be a little bit wonky when you're trying to go downstairs and stuff. When you're traversing like 3D environments. It's easier to just point and click, but then you can't... I don't know if you could sprint. It honestly feels like the game would be better off without WASD. That might actually be something they did entirely for controller to make it more accessible, though. Anyway, not a big deal by any means, but like specifically in this, it's really hard to get down these stairs with WASD. I've already paid for the night, so I should be good there. WASD. Good old WASD. Can you get away from me for the night, little bro? Little bro?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you... I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are...
What if I am, though?
Behind the dockwork, you see 2, maybe 3...
Minus 12? It's not time yet. So this game has, like, seasons? That's crazy.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still...
And there's no way I'm beating this in 3 days. There's no fucking way. If there's like 12 days? I'm only on day 2 and I've been playing this since Wednesday. I don't know if that was just a fucking lie or something. Is my I swear I just saw my fucking camera lag. The FPS is pretty consistent.
Oh, hello, dear.
Shut the fuck up. Actually, let me talk to him face to face before
Yes. What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, during that time. Okay then. Was there... Good.
Okay. Yeah, see you in the morning, bud. See you in the morning. Sorry. You see you in the fucking morning. Hold on. Got anything new to say to him? Hello?
Can I help you?
No. I can help you, asshole. It's all about the money. Why is he green and I can't talk to him? He's green. He's green. I figure in my head I can already see this playing out. My second playthrough, I'm already wanting to do like a Shivers maxed out completely electrochemistry psycho fucking get to the crazy part of everything playthrough. That might be the second thing I do. Just completely off the walls. And then maybe a third one is literally just like a hard ass. Either... Well, it would be interesting to do... It's interesting the way this game is laid out, check-wise. Because normally you'd have one stat that's purely focused on charisma and speech-related things. And one that's focused more on other aspects. Like this would be dex, strength, and then maybe, I don't know, charisma, speech, and this would be intelligence. But rhetoric is also a big part. Rhetoric, visual calculus, empathy, inland empire. Suggestion is a big one. Authority is a big one. This is still probably the most charisma-esque one. But in terms of what gets you the most stuff in dialogue, it would probably actually be intellect from the encyclopedia and the drama and the conceptualization, visual calculus. So maybe intellect and psyche focus with a lot in suggestion. Inland Empire seems kind of weird. Maybe that would be better if I was going Shivers. I don't know. I want to finish the game before I make any plans for a second playthrough. Normally, the reason that I restart RPGs so quickly before actually finishing them is usually because of combat. A lot of times combat in RPGs, especially older RPGs, you can really fuck yourself by making a bad character. That's not really the case in this game. Or you can just create an unenjoyable, or even just really bland playthrough for yourself if you don't know what you're doing stat-wise. In some extreme cases, you may even softlock yourself by not having the correct stats. But that's not really the case with this game, so I feel good about actually finishing it and then coming back and doing things a little bit differently a few times.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour he looks less
because
like
Inland Empire is interesting
like a pile of intestines.
because it does stuff like this, which seems like more related to Shivers in terms of the wacky crazy shit.
The body is reluctant to let go of the boots.
Wow. Kuno's little sneak peek's back for the booty.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar cop.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot. It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot, but you're able to get the boot to move a centimeter or two. Just relax. This is easy. This is happening. See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't
step on it.
He's probably glad to get rid of them.
I will say, in terms of RPG mechanics, I think in my eyes, I still prefer like almost a Fallout New Vegas way of, if you have the stats for it, you have the stats and you always succeed, versus if you don't, you don't. And you get like a funny fail dialogue. more than rolling, because rolling, even if I have a 3% chance, it's unlikely, obviously, that I'm going to succeed, but I can still succeed. So even if you have absolutely none of the stats required, you have a completely opposite build for the check, you can still succeed just based on pure chance, which kind of limits the replay value sometimes, or at least the replay value in terms of making specific builds. Because if you really wanted to, you could save scum every single check in the game. But there's so much here. There's so much here in terms of dialogue and branching dialogue and random checks, and the fact that failing checks also can give you different interesting things, not necessarily a bad outcome, is also really cool. So I feel like I was kind of worried about the replay value the first day, just given the way that checks work in this game, but I think it'll probably be really fun. I think a Shivers playthrough, or a Shivers focused Inland Empire type thing. Specifically, like with that quest to the left of me, talking about the entity and all that. I have to imagine there's probably a crazier way of solving that. I don't think I can even pick up the... If I twist... Twisting is normal... Let's step on it.
Something cracks in the left leg. It really is about to come off. The leg, I mean, not the boot. You may want to slow down. Don't tear into it like that. This is the right method. It takes some time,
really?
But eventually, the boots come off.
I feel like...
With nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
T500 boots.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good. Puka style.
Huh?
Hell, keep at it, pig.
The legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. As for the boots, you can't...
Can I take it to the,
them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible. Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen?
Hell yeah. Just go wash it in their kitchen. I really want to get up here. Is that what my door leads out to, possibly? No, because that's my balcony right there. So that can't. There has to be another floor then. Or there has to be stairs somewhere. I'm also curious about how to get in the blue door. Wait. Kitchen.
This industrial gas power.
Oh, am I gonna use his pots?
To prepare food for many hostile guests. There are several pots and pans on hand. Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge
Master Chef
boiling
out.
water, soap, and white vinegar. A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic even. It could be used to make enough stew to feed an entire city, and also to boil a putrid pair of death boots. There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge.
This game is unique in terms of RPGs already, just because the amount of shit, the amount of writing in this game is insane. You could play this game the exact same way for 2 or 3 playthroughs and still probably experience plenty of new stuff to keep yourself entertained, which is just not the case in 99.9% of other games or RPGs. So even if the replay value wasn't amazing, just based on build, you know, it kind of, in a way, it almost like this game almost sort of does away with the replay uniqueness of a like a new RPG build, just does away a little bit with that, but the overall story and I don't know, the depth of the actual game is expanded upon instead. They choose to expand upon the actual game and its writing rather than the builds.
It's bad with those boots.
Which is a little bit of a different approach. Yeah. Bottle of white vinegar.
The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up from the pot. All right now, chef. Light up the stove and boil them.
Sweet.
The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes.
I sprayed some vinegar in the hallway the other day because there were so many ants. Or not other day.
Fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked. You
Eat
can
one.
smell it too.
Can I be a cannibal?
Just like beef stew. That's it, chef.
Damn it.
The boots are as clean as they're going to get.
Hell yeah.
Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat.
Do they smell the rotting flesh? The cooking of rotting flesh? There's not even a doorway separating us.
Are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect.
Hell yeah. Get rid of these nasty snakes. Aw. Ooh. Oh, I got the gloves too, that's right. I completely forgot about the gloves. I mean, Half-Light doesn't really... Authority, though. I sort of want to see what he says, though.
You look down at the white ceramic.
I just want to see, I want to put him on just to see what he says.
Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hard
I'm decked out.
enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step.
Yeah,
Just imagine
buddy.
what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. It may be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should analyze the armor, figure out its vulnerabilities. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design.
I can make it better. I can build myself my own unique Iron Man suit. Sooner or later, I will be a super cop. I need some more health items. I used all of them in that conversation with the walrus. They're closed? How could they possibly be closed? I ain't never seen a store that closes at midnight in my life. The hell kind of communist country is this?
An old money.
Is this chick still not... She's been faded here. She's been sitting here faded for 3 days now.
The woman still, no response.
Like I said, why can't I kick her in the head? Use the new boots and kick her in the head. Sometimes people just need like a wake-up call, you know? A good smack in the face to get them going. At this point, I'd be worried she's like dead. What's this? Das ist dies? Origin de disco. So this should be open tomorrow. Day 3. So that'll be a whole nother area to go to, I guess. Where did his car go?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
God, I put too much shit in here.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century.
DeLorean.
When humanity was high on this world. Discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
Are we in a water world?
Elysium.
Okay. I figured, because he said 4.2 billion or whatever, that Elysium was like Earth, I guess, the world.
It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
What?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
What?
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It is the opposite of reality. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. the separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
So is this like another, is this like a post-apocalyptic modern world scenario then?
No, detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What the fuck is with disco?
It's difficult to describe or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic.
How would you go through it then?
The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
There's a slippery article in there.
What?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
What?
Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia.
Name's Harry, actually.
I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale. or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely, then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Oh no, Detective. It's not. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective.
Okay, so it's like antimatter. Here's my confusion. Here is the precipice I am on right now with the knowledge that has been presented to me in this moment. If this world is just a fantasy version of our world, then that's one thing, which is what I had assumed before. It couldn't have been alternate history because of the way they were talking. It's not like it just the timeline split. No, it has to be a completely alternate world that's just based heavily on stuff that actually did happen and whatnot. And even still, this could be just like obviously a one-to-one comparison to antimatter, and the way that antimatter is expanding and constantly expanding and the universe is getting further and further apart, right? Because that is a thing that is happening. That is a mathematical thing that we can equate. The universe is expanding. Antimatter is growing and matter is taking up less and less of the universe. But if this is a post-apocalyptic scenario, then what the fuck would the Pale be? Because now the way that they're taught, because they even said seven solas, which would be 7 continents. They said it possibly used to be a sphere. So it's more and more seeming like it's a post-apocalyptic scenario then? Then what would the Pale... Is it just going to be like nuclear war? Is usually what happens?
Is this the first time you're hearing this?
But then wouldn't there be evidence of a...
Remember anything?
Shoosh. Wouldn't there be evidence of a pre-existing society? If this is based on our world come late... And it's so similar, though. Which would make sense if they were taking technology that was ours. It could be either or, I guess, and maybe the game will actually explain it, but it seems more so that this is just like a... This is just a one-to-one fantasy version of our world. This is not meant to be set in our world in any way except taking things from it. Because if it was post-apocalyptic, that I don't know. How the hell would disco, of all things, have come around again in a post-apocalyptic world? I mean, I guess. Maybe. Fucking surely not. Of all the things that could be replayed if we blew ourselves up and humanity had to start again from nothing, disco is the one thing that somehow comes out on top. Of all the trends that have ever happened in our musical history, disco. I vouch for pop punk specifically. Okay. What?
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's disco, bro. I still don't get disco. The closest I've ever come to getting disco is watching the Austin Powers movies. And the more I've grown older, the more I have looked at those movies and been like, you know what? I don't know that they're actually any good. Just like Wayne's World. An anti-communist force. It doesn't sound very liberal to me. Its advance can only be stopped, so okay, there's no way it's a post, because it's saying... okay, so it has to be like a... I think I'm taking this too literally. Okay. Let me just play the game. Let me just play the fucking game, shall we? It's terrifying. It seems like it'll end all life eventually.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, detective. If you don't know,
It's a fucking disaster. What is my knowledge of the history of the world have to do with this specific investigation? Go on.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi.
I could think the world is flat and still solve a murder.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you.
Come on now.
She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. Glad to have been of assistance. You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I wish to swear fealty. Beautiful and just. No, he's a fucking weirdo. There's not a genuine bone in his body. I feel like it would be fun to play this game. It would be fun to play this game and just pick a line of reasoning for the entire playthrough. Like if I was gonna go super neo fucking liberal or just completely the opposite, go just like ultra commie hating fascist. Just picking a line of reasoning for the character and going that entire way. Just sticking with it. Because I don't really have a plan. I'm just kind of clicking shit that feels like the most interesting thing to say at the time. I'll have to pick a... I guess I'll have to make a political statement for my next character to stand by. I need a through line for all of the dialogue. He's not the champion I have chosen. He's not a socialist, that's for sure.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, worm-like corruption.
Worm?
Reaching into the bowels of the earth. Of course. I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a Verm myself, but
Is that supposed to
you
be
felt like
German?
passing some information. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh. That's so helpful of him. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Perhaps he is.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the... Until then, is there anything I can help?
Jesus.
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address,
Okay,
you've
Cobblepot,
discovered my
calm
biggest
down.
secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me. But somehow, it never happens. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will
Nothing at all.
once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Shoot, Piggy.
It's too calm. Interesting. This game has a great atmosphere. It actually reminds me a little bit of Darkwood. It's not a horror game, obviously, but just in the way it is. Oh, I thought that was... I saw the snow flying down the screen. I thought it was something on my monitor. He stands there all... Does he ever sleep? Does racism give you abilities to ignore brain signals? Or is it coke? One of the two, probably. Might just be cocaine. Hello?
The fan stands still. The lights.
The lights.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Rock on.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
I'm getting this...
Here we are again, my
Jesus,
broken
that's loud.
bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety, but you cannot because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
Yeah.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
The system failed me.
Yes, your body is a system, and it's failing you because you're failing it.
Liver damage is my art.
Oh yeah, baby.
Art cop.
Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Oh, look, people.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
I wonder if we'll ever get to a point where my body parts stop talking to me. Probably not. Turn on the light.
The fan stand, the lights.
Hell yeah. Kim! Oh, we didn't have our balcony time. I forgot. I don't know if he would have. Who the hell is this? Who the hell are you, you freaks?
The woman in an
Horse face.
Winces as she notices you.
Horse face.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere. But if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
I bring the inn. I bring word of the inn. I bring joy to the world.
No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing
Bad vibes, bro. Bad vibes all around.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay.
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Of course.
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm going by here.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar, but different face.
He might be wearing a disguise.
I'm not getting involved in this.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction.
That's the partner,
Something
right?
to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
Who is this?
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Yeah, sort of. Okay, I get the reference. Like after he got run over or something. No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even?
Why is he here in a wig?
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? So, I don't know. Oh my god. Watch out for yourself.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole.
Yes, of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
And you look like you don't bathe, on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
Yes? Okay, let's talk about it. You stole the boat. Congratulations. That must have taken an enormous concerted effort, considerable ingenuity and timing. Now, I'm going to report you and you are going to go to jail.
No!
Sure. Anyway, did you want something? Related to police work?
No. I just wanted to know what you thought about me stealing the boots, TBH.
Oh, hello, dear.
So my partner is here. I wonder who she is.
Can I help you?
The man pondered.
Better not be my wife. See, I'm getting the... I was gonna say before the nighttime dialogue happened.
I've got nothing to...
This doesn't seem like the standard my wife died bit. This doesn't seem like the typical Silent Hill plot. My wife was dead. My wife did done die at some point. She did indeed done die. This seems more like a my wife left me and she's a real she's a real piece of work. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I need to find my badge, huh?
Is
this about the questions again?
No.
I don't really know.
I keep accidentally clicking on you because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay, here. Okay, here.
I need a +1 because I only have 1 health and I don't want to die. Okay. Bum, bum, boop.
So, you've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable effort. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying.
That makes me want to watch Taken.
Understood.
I haven't watched Taken in a very long time.
Still, thank you.
No problem.
I remember the first movie being good, and the rest of them being absolute dog. But maybe I'll have a different opinion if I watch them again.
Nice. Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work.
Okay. He actually, that's funny. The plant gave me advice on how to properly punch the big man in the face. I've got to get in there. Got to see what's in that goddamn crate. It's more important than this fucking murder. Murder doesn't matter unless I know what's in that crate. It's the only thing that matters. How many points do I have? 2. Let's learn something new. Whoops. Whoops. Ace is high. +1 empathy towards Kim. Why would I need that? Beating yourself while wearing it, shooting yourself? Okay. Indirect modes of taxation. Suicide of Krasmazov. Maybe I can figure out the suicide of Krasmazov was a big scam. He was framed, and actually it's me. I'm Krasmazov. They tried to get rid of my ass. Could evolve into RFA. What does that even mean? Would have to quit drugs to get there. I don't think we need the inexplicable female or feminist agenda. Probably unnecessary, I would say. More than likely. Let's do the suicide of Krasmazov. Let's do... What is the bow collector? Sure. Some of these are probably related to main stuff. I'll be interested to see how. I am the law. So we can go to the one area now. Can I call the station and be like, why the fuck is this dude here? Why is... How did he even get here, by the way? Can I ask that?
You see a set of steering.
I guess the bridge was repaired.
This is precinct 57. How may I...
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Sorry. 10-4. Roger that.
Okay, what? Why the hell are these fucking dudes here? What have they gotta say about me?
You see a set of tires.
I really want to recreate this because it almost makes me think that I did it. I feel like of the two car crashes in this area, I have to be responsible for at least one of them. Odds are. Because there's that crash. And there's also the crash that took down the street thing. So... This might be the last thing I do for tonight. I really have to piss. I gotta fucking piss, bro. You know, I woke up today I had to wake up early to do something for my dad, and then I was just gonna lay back down for like 30 minutes and then queue 4 hours later. I was supposed to work out today, and that didn't happen. Which is unfortunate.
A rusting control panel.
Pull the lever!
Grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then...
Kerchunk?
The water lock starts moving.
It's like in Dishonored. Remember Dishonored? In the first little bit of the game, you do the water lock. It's a cool sequence, huh?
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked.
Motherfucker, what do you mean? This is exactly the point of doing this, so that we can go to the coast. Did you not hear? There's like a fishing village or something and a church. Don't you want to see what's in there, bro? I do. Who gives a fuck about the dead guy? It's only by going to this church that we'll really get to the bottom of this whole scenario, I feel. Magnesium. I can't wait to be just like a fucking insane drug addict. I feel like and the reason, normally in RPGs, what I tend to do, I've said this before, I said it a bunch of times when I was doing my whole Evil playthrough marathon of Planescape and Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Whenever I play a new RPG, I tend to do like a generally good playthrough the first time and then do the second playthrough making all the horrific, terrible decisions that I wanted to do on the first playthrough. So I'm really trying hard to stay away from the drugs because I feel like it'll probably lead me to inevitable failure in terms of a good ending to this story. So for the second playthrough, I'm really excited to just spam the drugs and see what happens. I get the feeling that continuing my horrific alcohol abuse is probably not the way to get a good solution to this story. I don't know why I have that thought. I guess I just do. Like, no reason, I guess. The swing's missing. Oh my god. That's what we came here to do. The swing is missing. We have to find the swing. Oh. We finally got the I think that's the thing that we need for karaoke. Cuckoo.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
In this yard?
He is assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black bloc, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house. Yes, and you picked it up because you're a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and magnesium blisters.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think.
I wonder if you get more companions in this game. Maybe your partner can become a companion at some point. What? The fuck did you just say to me? I wasn't paying attention, but I'm assuming he told me to go back, which is not gonna happen. I don't know who the hell you think is playing this game. You expect me to focus on the main story when there's other avenues to go? Are you insane? You see me play a game before, Kim? That's just not the way you play RPGs. There's a boat. Is that my car? Damn, this is bigger than I thought. You know what? Okay. I get it. I get it now. This, okay. Interesting. So, so this is the coast into... Where the hell is that? I didn't see that giant cube. I thought this was different sections of like a wider world map, but no, it is just this area in its entirety. I didn't realize it. Okay. Which means that this is the way to go to get to all this other crazy shit. We probably don't want to go there yet. I mean, I could. I'm trying to wind down for the night, so I don't want to go off and explore a whole nother 6 areas. I'll have to spend a day just to read all the books that I have in the case files and such. A bow knot? I got a bow tie? Hell yeah, brother. I hate bow ties, if I'm being honest.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Huh? Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer.
What?
I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation.
You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return.
I wasn't joking, though. I thought it was legitimately a... I would rather do that than have to pay. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Gee, I wonder who it was. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Gee, I wonder who it was. Oh no. Who could it be? Who do we know had a car like this, was drunk out of his mind, and is insane enough to have driven off a bridge? Could it be? Is it me? Drained of all its booze. You know, I'm starting to think maybe it was a really good thing that I lost my memory. Doesn't seem like I was on the fast track to success.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain.
Get Motorhead to get over here and lift it out.
Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since yesterday or something.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Engine displacement triumphing over the driver's IQ.
Yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket.
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight. Dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car.
Why is he sitting like that? Who the hell sits on a swing like that?
And the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
So was your dad also point to your eyes?
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half-Serlite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Oh my god. Do you think I will ever find my gun? All I'm saying is I'm surprised people's skin color varies so drastically.
Differences in skin color are the result of melanin production, liver functions, regional adaptation, and various other factors.
I hope my mom isn't dead.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people. Yes, 41. What do you think?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Host of FM41. Small fish, this
But
one.
it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Oh my god. I throw my car into the sea. Oh my god.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid so, yes.
Oh.
It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast.
Oh
It
my
goes for the electronic
God.
steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper.
40,000.
40,000 real. But in the long run,
This is a disaster.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kingdom.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
This is a disaster. Oh my god.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything,
Oh my
you will probably
fucking god.
Detective, we don't. The rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's sunken too deep. There is no access route to the coast.
Holy shit.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall,
shit.
this machine is a write-off.
Is it though?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Is it though?
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
Oh no.
Doesn't say anything.
Oh no, dude.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Traffic looking. Holy shit. Oh. That may be the. I mean, that. Oh, God.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes. And empty bottles, all not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point. Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Why does it keep moving my camera? What the fuck was that? For real, the boy. Commander? I was a commander? Shit, dude. That That's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Why does it look even worse? Why is it so short? Holy hell.
Yes?
Convince Kim there's a sexy dark mystery. Eventually. We'll do it eventually. It might be the second playthrough. We'll do it eventually. Holy god. This is a disaster. Who says that? This is a disaster. Is that Sweet Life of Zach and Cody Esteban? Oh, this is a disaster. Can I talk to him? Oh shit. That may be funnier than the fucking random, I don't know, that and jumping straight into a woman in a wheelchair is... They're fighting for first place in my head of what was funnier. Hey.
Yes. What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
What was with that, sir?
Well, I guess
Cut the shit. Every second you stand here running your mouth, the case grows colder.
Get that stupid wig on.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
She's with him. There's something strange about this guy.
I'm not getting involved in this.
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform. Exactamundo.
Well, that depends. Define fire.
Stop it, Jean. No, he's never been a firefighter. No one here is a firefighter.
If they're my if they're my if they're with me from my precinct, you'd think they'd be a little bit more concerned about the fact that I have lost, seemingly have no idea what the fuck is going on anymore. I wish I could just outright say, hey, by the way, I lost my car, my gun, my badge, and my uniform. Let me know if you see any of that. Well, I found everything except the gun and the badge. The car is total.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno?
You said you're now the entire Keem on Jamrock.
North Jamrock. Kuno meant everything north of 881. The rooster fucked Kuno's words up. Kuno doesn't do south. Doesn't fuck with the madre.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like Jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, Grief and the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't...
Isn't anything new?
The man is the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Perception, legendary. Oh, really quickly before I forget, because I will probably forget before I get off for the night. Was there anything more I could do here? I wonder. Well, okay. I gotta go all the way over here.
What do you see?
I just had a spark of memory flashback in my cranium. I can talk about the point, or the... I talked to...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Hard to say. Their client list is rather diverse and incomplete. The only constant seems to be that the mercenaries are always deployed in third and fourth world countries. Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. It will take...
Gottlieb. What I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Great. Have a medal. I have an autopsy to...
Fucking, I'm not dead. It just hurts, okay?
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in. Fireworker.
Did I find my badge?
10-4, sir.
Oh, I did!
I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10.
This is Precinct 57. Just a second. Sylvie Malay. Yes. Oh, great.
You hear?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Not yet. But 57.
In the cabin, you see a...
Yeah. And now I can go talk to... Okay, I can go talk to her if I want. Officer! Officer! I look like such a weirdo. With like the fucking mismatch of shit that I have on my person. It's such a strange collection of different items that I have. Like it's fucking with me in such a way that I almost feel like I should wear an outfit that looks good, but the stats though.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic.
Oh, I can steal one, can't I?
Almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Did you? Wonderful.
She's memorizing your badge number.
It is a relief to see a W freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least.
Huh?
It needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply an opening gambit, like you suggested, or a joke even. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. It is very far from disco.
Range
My only
superstar.
hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
It appears you found it, yes. And I'm not happy for you.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorentz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in 3rd or 4th world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes, all the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, Detective.
It's the expression she objects to.
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike. She's silent.
What is the purpose of this, Detective?
Paramilitary death squad is a bit rich. But yes, were it up to me, I would have at least vetted them more thoroughly. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, it's what they believe. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching.
We did, though.
Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive, yes, but I did not know him. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face. Then,
I can't remember.
the lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
Smart.
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Oh, it's the one dude.
Obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need
Oh,
to
shit. Okay.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
I hope I can answer it better.
Who would be the other one then? I wonder if I must have met her.
until the
Maybe it's the
executions
chick.
start.
Maybe it's the chick at the ceiling.
Truthfully,
I tried to get with
no.
in the
It
first
depends
day.
on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on
Probably
this
not.
matter. I'm afraid
It's
this
the
is
wheelchair
personal
lady.
Initiative.
I knew it. She's guilty.
It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course. Excuse my hesitation.
So the chick that was supposedly assaulted.
It was taken with a trigger not long ago.
First of all, it definitely happened. It wasn't stopped.
There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish.
He made it seem like
The of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
okay, so he had to have.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points.
This is an interesting detective mystery all on its own, which is really cool.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this, Revachol. Those are the two constants, Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out...
We'll put it on the list.
We will be careful, ma'am.
And if we do it, we do
I
it.
can help you with.
If we do it, we do it. If it fails, it fails.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
What?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will
What does half-light even mean? I sort of get the...
blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. Ulogu Theodos. Xino Zausin. Ipoli Osidien. Echondes Fronesin. Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread. Yes, You spoke the words of the Palindropos
Huh?
and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. It's totally also a coping mechanism. So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet, and in the far plain, Palindropos.
Okay.
The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
Cop of the apocalypse. Fuck yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Although that seems like more of a second playthrough thing, but regardless, I appreciate it. Okay. We just got a significant amount of information. But it's already midnight, which means that it's my time to end it. So I'll have to act on this information tomorrow at 6 p.m. CST. Still, really quickly...
You see a set of steering levers, a radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
10-4, come in. Roger that. 10-10, over.
This is Precinct 57. How may I... It will...
Her voice.
Gottlieb. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with? Just... Sylvie Malike. Yes. Oh, great.
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 50...
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Thought I could report something. Just seeing if anything new on the radio. So there's quite a few things to do for tomorrow. So we know one. We know one of the mercenaries. Not the other. And I have the whole coast to explore too. Interesting, 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 interesting. I really have to fucking piss, dude. Piss, bro. I need to go piss. Okay. Alright. This game's great. I gotta say. This game's pretty good. This game's pretty good. Seems pretty good. I'm excited. It's cool. This game has a lot going for it. Obviously, the writing is good. I mean, not much is obvious, right? But I think one particular thing that I'm sort of getting a grasp of now is it's not just the fact that the writing itself is good, the writing of the characters, the writing of, like, obviously all the dialogue in terms of the crazy shit happening and just the way it talks about a street light or something, you know, a random book you pick up. The writing is good, that's obvious, but it's also the writing of the game can be good and the main plot can still be sort of predictable or uninteresting. Right? Like I would say a Final Fantasy game is a good example of that. Where it's an RPG, the mechanics are tried and true, they're great. And on a surface level, the writing of the game is good and it can be fun to play. But the main story, when you write it all out, can be just like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard JRPG shit. Whereas this, it's like the actual detective story of it is also really good and interesting, and I don't know what's happening. And it's cool. I said yesterday, like, the more I play this game, the more I want a Sherlock Holmes game. Because this is so cool how finding more and more pieces of this are connecting back to things that you've already done. And it feels like a lot of this, too, you don't necessarily have to find. Like, you can be as thorough as you want and still continue the game. You don't necessarily have to be incredibly thorough to get through the game, but if you are, there's a lot of connecting little pieces that you may get a little bit faster or sooner depending on how many checks you pass and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I'm quite enjoying myself. I am quite enjoying myself. I'll be interested to see where the story goes tomorrow, because I gotta talk to the... I need to talk to the people in the diner again, for sure. I want to go explore the coast as well. That's tomorrow. That is tomorrow. Appreciate anybody who tuned in today. Follow the Twitch. The StreamerBot's YouTube quota has been exceeded? What? YouTube will be unusable until the nightly reset, which typically occurs at midnight Pacific? What? Huh? Excuse me? Anyway, I don't know what that's about. Twitch.tv/itsjackal if you want to support me in any sort of way. Follow over there. YouTube bots will always be here until the channel is gone, which hopefully it won't be anytime soon. And yeah, I'll be on tomorrow 6 p.m. CST for more of this game. And appreciate anybody who was here today. Minerva, Cafe, Garak was here at the beginning. Appreciate you. I'll probably be live one day of the week. I'm not sure if I'll be live both days, but normally I don't get any viewers on Saturday anyway. I mean, I don't get any viewers in general, but especially Saturday, no one's gonna come to watch my ass. So actually, maybe I'll just take tomorrow off and go Sunday instead. I don't know. I guess I'll decide when it happens. It also depends on how much it snows. It's fucking snowy as shit. It's snowy as hell. My internet may not even work tomorrow. Regardless, I'm gonna go piss. I've really had to piss for like the longest fucking time. I had to piss since like 2 hours ago. I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to get through this before I did. And I probably have permanently damaged my kidneys because of this. I should have just pissed. I don't know why. It would take me like 1 minute. I don't know why I waited so long. I have an ad in 55 seconds. I see it on Twitch. I mean, it means I have to end before that. I only have 2 viewers. One of which is me, and I think the other which is usually my parents. 40 seconds. I'll do it when it hits 30. I'll end. Oh, also, my TikTok fucking stream ended early. 30 seconds.